Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Beautiful evening here in Elora, Ontario. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. In race number one, race one, no changes, race one. The second race, number one, Ranger's Shadow, bridle change, blind bridle to blinkers, blind to blinkers. Race number three, number five, Plans change, bridle change, blind bridle to blinkers, blind to blinkers. Races 4 through 7 have no changes. No changes, races 4 through 7. Race number 8, number 5, Premier Bettina, has a missing chart line from just 2 days ago, Wednesday. Finished 4th, beaten 12 lengths in 157. 4th beaten 12 in 157. The driver was Paul McKenzie. And note that number 6, Ezra Express, is scratch, 6, Ezra Express. Race number 9, number 3, Finty Sealster, the driver to be announced. Race 9, 3, Finty Sealster, driver to be announced. And also note, bridle change, can't see back to blinkers, Note that number 7, All the Cheddar, is scratched. Race 9, scratch 7, All the Cheddar. And note that number 10, River Cruise, moves in and scores post position 7. Race 9, the 7 is out, the 10 is in. And race number 10, no changes, race number 10. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, no changes. And the second race 1, Ranger Shadow, blind bridle to blinkers. field for race number 1 is on parade. 1, High Voltage Deo, Travis Henry for Man Define and Steve Heimbecker. Number 2 is Marshall Zukov, Mario by Edosha for Frederick McDonald. And number 3 is Arthur's Shadow, Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore and RG Group Limited and Sir Savard. And number 4 is Trinity Lemenes, Jay Harris for Stefan Larocque and Denny Simard. 5 is May Lose Control, Chris Rogers is the driver and trainer and owner. And number 6, Pebble Beach Pro, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin. Number 7 is Dalen Ryson, Sammy Fillion for Danny Fontaine and Gaetan Bono. And number 8 is Fablo, Jason Wright for Gerard Demers. 9 is United Blue Chip, Steve Hudon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. Field of 9, race number 1. Let's get a look at these 2-year-olds and on the pace, and an interesting group. We have a few with one start and the rest first-time starters, but we're going to start with number 2, Marshall Zukov, who is one that comes in off of a couple qualifiers. What really jumps out is that back half of the qualifier and the final quarter of 27-4. In fact, after a relaxing 32-second opening panel, really picked it up in the next 3 and flashed a lot. And also the same thing in the first qualifier, although not nearly the speed. The same, put up a slow opening quarter and then really stepped it up. That last qualifier really gets your attention, and that's 3-1 on Marshall Zukov right now. I think might be good value if it holds. Number 3, Arthur's Shadow, Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore, and one that raced from post 7 in this at Grand River last time out on Canada Day. Was a lukewarm betting favorite, but made an early break. Now gets a better post position. Of course, will need to stay flat, but you do see this one with 3 qualifiers, and the latter of the 3 qualifiers, a really big back half in that one, and also has excellent gate speed. Arthur's Shadow might be flying to the front, and could be tough to beat here. 12-1. I am shocked at that. I think Arthur's Shadow is one of the main players in here. Number 8, Fablo. Well, Fablo actually looked pretty good here in that first start. Now, it is a tough post assignment, but look, Fablo was almost 9 lengths back at the quarter last time out and came on to finish 3rd. And Jason Ryan drives again. Fablo offers 30-1, and one that might be able to sneak on to the ticket. I think has a reasonable shot. 7, Dalen Ryson looked pretty good from post 8 last race. In fact, fired out and did get to the lead, but parked a little hard getting there and eventually paid for it, but was second all the way to the top of the stretch before a tiring final quarter. But that was a really strong performance. I think Dalen Ryson flashed to us that he's got some wheels and some ability. And we'd better talk about one High Voltage Deo down to the inside. This is one that just has that one qualifier and was only a qualifier of 2-1-1, but did at least come a 58-3 back half. But High Voltage Deo is one that's getting an enormous amount of love. 3-5 on the board right now as the favorite. It's a full field of 9. It is an interesting group of 2-year-olds on the pace, and we're going to be going to post very shortly. Gate is rolling for race number 1, taking up their positions. High Voltage Dale, Marshall Zukov, and Arthur's Shadow on the inside. In the center, it is Trinity Lemenis and may lose control. On the outside, Pebble Beach Pro, Dalen Rice and Fablo in the second tier, United Blue Chip. Field 4, race number 1 is at the start of the rough. Marshall Zukov and Arthur Shadow lead very sharply. Dalen Ryson from the outside, and High Voltage Dale is on the inside, but Marshall Zukov has the lead, and Arthur Shadow is still pressing on, and then racing third. Dalen Ryson is to work their way on into the backstretch. Then Trinity Lemenis and United Blue Chip is racing fifth. May lose control of sixth. High Voltage Dale is back in seventh. Then it is back to Pebble Beach Pro, and Fablo trails the field. Marshall Zukov on the board at even money now, leads as they race up to the opening quarter, and it is Marshall Zukov who has a lead of about 2.5 lengths, and Arthur Shadow is second. Racing third, Dalen Ryson got out well from an outside post, same as last week, and is on the pylons racing third. Trinity Lemenis is racing positioned fourth as they work their way off the turn, and they roll on towards us. United Blue Chip is fifth, may lose control sixth, then High Voltage Deo. Fablo now pops to the outside, and Pebble Beach Pro is trailing 1 minute 2/5 the halftime. 31 2 second panel breather for Marshall Zukov and Mario Erjan. Arthur Shadow is racing second, and Marshall Zukov and Mario trying to say bye to the field as they race on down the backstretch. Arthur Shadow is second. Racing third, Dalen Ryson. United Blue Chip now has flown up to take over fourth, and then Trinity Lemenis on the inside may lose control. Then it is back to Fablo, High Voltage Dale, and Pebble Beach Pro, and they hustle on to three quarters. Marshall Zukov. Dalen Ryson at 40-1 is only a length and a half back. Arthur Shadow's on the inside third. Trinity Lemenis is racing fourth, and then United Blue Chip, High Voltage Dale, and going off stride may lose control, and the field turns for home. Marshall Zukov, three quarters, 1:31-1. Marshall Zukov is clearly the best and marches sharply to the finish. Then for second, it is between firing a High Voltage Dale on the outside and Dalen Ryson down to the inside, but Marshall Zukov was the best. 2 minutes and 2/5, race number 1. Fans, the inquiry sum up pertaining to the break in stride of one High Voltage Dale after the start. Back in front of us, the winner of race 1. It is number 2, Marshall Zukov, a 2-year-old Shadow Play Bay colt, owned by Frederick McDonald, trained by Mario Erjan, and Mario is also the winning driver. Marshall Zukov takes his career debut. Fans note as it pertains to the inquiry, the judge's ruling that number one, High Voltage Deo, who finished second, is going to be placed back to eighth for causing interference while off stride at the start. The new top four will be 2743. That is 2743. The first race payouts number two, Marshall Zukov, 420, 370, and 460. Number seven, Dalon Rice in 1860 and 1730. And number four, Trinity Lemenis, 630, $2 exactor, 91.80. Dollar try, 422.50. And a 20-cent superfect is 1660.06. Here is the first race order finish from the top. It is a 2 place 8, then 1, 5 place 4, 4 place 3, 8 place 7, 9, 3 place 2, 7 place 6, and 6 place 5. Once again from the top down after the placing 814 379 265. Field for the second race is on parade. One Ranger's Shadow, Anthony Hartford, Chad Hill, and Kimberly Jensen. Number 2 is Mason Street, Frank Donover, Dr. Trevin Shive. Number 3 is Birkin, Sylvan Lakai for Kelly Duval Lakai and Zoran Popovic. Number 4, he's touring, Mike Horner for REW Wine and Mark Horner. And 5 is Doc's Paparazzi, Tyler Borth for Blair Burgess and Dr. Andrew Roberts. Number 6, Shanghai Kai, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven and Donald Douglas. In a field of 6, race number 2. Let's look at this field, and we'll start with number 5, Doc's Paparazzi, who really came out here on Canada Day and put up a much better outing. And no, look, that was one that had been off since the end of November, or at least a late part of November, and finished up last year off of back-to-back breaks. So that was much, much better. And first start of the year. Doc's Paparazzi off that mile certainly has to be taken seriously. And also, if you kind of advance on down the page, you see this one pacing in 55 and 4 as a 2-year-old racing in October at Mohawk, and finished his mile strongly in that one. Doc's Paparazzi is one that is going to get heavily backed here, and he is 1-2. Number 4, he's touring, is one that, has had 4 starts this year, 3 top 3 finishes, including a win. In fact, won his debut back March the 7th, and since then has raced reasonably well. The key is, though, hasn't raced since the 18th of April. But qualified July the 2nd, a decent level qualifier. He's touring, and Mike Horner, 5-2, is right now the second choice. Number 1, Ranger's Shadow makes an equipment change, blind bridle to blinkers, and getting scored down a little bit. Probably going to leave from post position 1. And this one's had 1 start, and if you look at the back half, 58 and 4 back half in that Canada Day start here, maybe one that, only knows post 1 and post 2. Ranger's Shadow qualifying and with 2 starts, both from post position 1. Ranger's Shadow on the inside should be a threat to climb onto the ticket, 8-1. And then number 6, Shanghai Kai, is one that raced here back in the middle of June and was able to finish 4th. Look at the winner, Cheeto, and then that second one, Sunshine Love. They were much the best and were long gone. But Shanghai Kai raced to a credible 4th and a mile of 59, and one that could be used onto the ticket. And one more is number 3, Birkin. You do see this one with a 56 and 4 mile in May at Flamborough, but since then, hasn't raced since June the 17th and was scratched sick, so has been off a little bit. But Birkin doesn't have a top 3 finish yet. You do see some speed, though. Birkin, Sylvan Lakai for Kelly Duval Lakai, is on the board at 9-2. A field of 6, race number 2, maiden pacing horses and geldings going to post in less than 2 minutes. Fans, note we have a driver change in race number 6. On number 6, I think not. I think it will be, and it will be Lauren House to drive. That is race 3. Number 6, I think not, will be Lowenhouse to drive. Gates rolling for race number 2, Rangers Shadow. Mason Street on the inside. In the center, Birkin, and he's touring. And to the outside, Doc's Paparazzi and Shanghai Kai. It's a field of 6 for the second. Field for the second is at the start of the rough. Birkin will leave well. He's touring. Doc's Paparazzi on the inside. Rangers Shadow. Then on the inside, that's Mason Street. And on the outside, Shanghai Kai. He's touring. Wants to tour up and get the lead. Birkin is racing second. Doc's Paparazzi looking to find a seat on the pylons. And now we'll get 1/3. Well, doesn't want that. It's going to drive on by and head towards the front. Doc's Paparazzi is now looking to sweep up and get the lead and is clear to the front. He's touring his second. Birkin is racing third. Ranger Shadow fourth. And then Shanghai Kai and Mason Street 29 into the opening quarter. Doc's Paparazzi is 1-5 on the board and has a lead of about 3 lengths. He's touring second. Birkin third. Rangers Shadow is racing fourth, and then Shanghai Kai and back to Mason Street. Doc's Paparazzi leads it right now by 3 over He's Touring. As they head on past the half, Birkin is third. Rangers Shadows racing fourth. Then Mason Street and Shanghai Kai off of 58-4 halftime. It is Doc's Paparazzi over He's Touring by about 3 lengths right now. On into the backstretch they go. Mason Street, center of the track, now is taken over third. Rangers Shadow is out wide and down to the inside Birkin. And then Shanghai Kai. Doc's Paparazzi. Mason Street is coming hard now. And on the inside, He's Touring. It is Doc's Paparazzi. Mason Street is taken over second. He's Touring's racing third. Rangers Shadow. And then it is back to Shanghai Kai and Birkin. It is Doc's Paparazzi, who's holding strong, though. Still leads it by about 3/4 of a length. 3/4 in 1:29. And Doc's Paparazzi with the front. On down the stretch drive they come. Now He's Touring is reclaimed second. Doc's Paparazzi is going to win. He's Touring will be second. Mason Street third. And then fourth goes to Shanghai Kai. 1:59 flat. Doc's Paparazzi. In front of us, the winner of race number 2. It's number 5, Ducks Paparazzi, a 3-year-old He's watching Bay Gelding, owned by Dr. Andrew Roberts, trained by Blair Burgess, and Tyler Borth is the winning driver. It's the first win for Ducks Paparazzi, 159 flats. The second race pouch, 5 Ducks Paparazzi, pays 260, 210, 240. 4 He's Touring, 330, 322. Mason Street, 790. $2 exactor, 760. Dollar try, 1630. Dollar super, 48.90. And the double of 2 and 5, $7.30. The second race for a finish from the top. 5-3-6-2-1-4. That is 5-3-6-2-1-4. field for the third on parade. One is August. It's Samuel Filia for Danny Fontaine against Hambono. Number 2 is Patrick's Choice. Tyler Moore for Rick Zeron and Cool Cat Racing. Number 3 is Jula Marionette. Jay Harris for Mitchell Tierney and Jamaximo Racing. And 4 is Woodshed. Anthony Hunt for Dave Holliday and Graham Jackson. 5 is Plans Change. Tom Smith for Jane Walker. Number 6, I Think Not. Lauren House for Nelson White and Deborah White and David Lawrence. And number 7, Magnolia Lane. It's Paul McKenzie for Melissa Lamoureux and Jeffrey Boyd and Jefferson Davis and Ken Ward. 8 is Epic Thrill. Brent McDonough for Blair Burgess and RAW Equine and Corinne Olson Burgess and James Walker. And 9 is Jayport Road Runner. Tyler Borth for Bill Borth and Martin Hosick. It's a field of 9. It's race number 3. We get maiden trotters, and, well, let's get a look at this field. And number 4, Woodshed, looks pretty fired up right now. That last race here, well, he didn't look all that fired up early, but then it was a decent back half. Look, didn't leave all that much from an outside post and put up a pretty meandering first half. Woodshed, I expect a better outing here. I used this one on top. That might be a bit of a reach, but the barn of Dave Holliday has been one that I've gone to often and been rewarded a lot with his barn. Woodshed and Anthony Hahn. This is one also that raced very well at Georgian Downs in that pop-up series, and those miles, that third in 2 minutes and 3, that was a good effort at Georgian Downs. I think Woodshed could be a nice bounce back. I was looking for a price play here. I might have it, although it is 5-1. Number 2, Patrick's Choice, is 5-2 on the board. And this is one that does show some good back halves at Mohawk. In fact, you do see 3 races ago that was very nice, a 58-second back half. Final quarter of that was and a final quarter of 28-1. And Patrick's Choice, that was a good 4th and 59, and followed it up with a 58-2 mile. Now the venue change and the better post. Patrick's Choice, coming out of the maidens at Mohawk, might like the venue change. Tyler Moore for Rick Zeron. I think this Patrick's Choice could be a lot of people's top choice, 5-2. Number 3, Jula Marionette. Well, there's 2 ways to look at this one. A little afraid to take Jula Marionette because of the breaks that you see on the dance card in the past 4 starts, 2 races with breaks, but the other 2 runner-up finishes, and one of them was a runner-up finish here in 1:59. That's a good comparative mile here. Jula Marionette is one that I toyed with taking on top, and then finally just thought, no, I can't trust the breaks, but I wouldn't be shocked if she wins here. Jula Marionette is currently 5-1. And 9, Jayport Roadrunner, might have been my top choice if not for the trailer post. And you know what? Tyler Borth just might figure out how to work around that trailer post. This is one that does show racing from off the pace. Look, May the 6th at London, post 7 had to do a lot of work in that mile and yet got the win there. Jayport Roadrunner has 2 wins in 4 starts, so maybe not taking it because of the trailer post. It might have been a little too harsh, and that's Jayport Roadrunner might make me eat that choice. Is certainly capable of doing so and is 3-1 on the board. And there is number 7, Magnolia Lane. Well, also one that you see some X's on the program. A couple of races and then a qualifier with a break here, but then qualified at Mohawk in 59-3. A pretty nice even qualifier. Magnolia Lane, Paul McKenzie for Melissa Lamoureux. If she can stay flat, she could sneak onto the ticket at 12-1. And that's a quick look at a field of 9 trotters, maiden trotters for race number 3. They're going to post shortly. And there also is one August. And, well, I don't know if you can take August in July, but you do get post position 1. And the final quarter in that qualifier, 29-4, looks intriguing. And also you do see a 29-3 final quarter, June the 11th, August, and Samuel Filion. You get a price from the inside. You know, a group of maiden trotters might be an idea to use on the ticket somewhere, 21-1. Gate is rolling for race number 3. On the inside, August, Patrick's Choice, and Jula Marionette. In the center, Woodshed and Plans Change. Into the outside, I Think Not, Magnolia Lane, and Epic Thrill. And the second tier, J-Port Roadrunner. Field for the third is at the start of the rough, and Julia Marionette's going to leave well with Woodshed. Then I Think Not on the outside. Then it is August and Patrick's Choice, but as the field works around the turn, it is Julia Marionette who's got the lead. Woodshed is racing second, and then I Think Not on the outside, and Plans Change on the inside, and August is fifth away. On down the backstretch to go, then sixth Magnolia Lane, then it is J-Port Roadrunner and Patrick's Choice and Epic Thrill. But right now, Jula Marionette and Jay Harris at 5-2 on the board. Woodshed at 10-1 is racing second. I Think Not is third. Then Magnolia Lane is on the outside. Now is taking over fourth, and Plans Change is fifth, and August is racing sixth. Then it is J-Port Roadrunner and Patrick's Choice and Epic Thrill. Jula Marionette 5-2 on the board's got the lead. Woodshed at 10-1 is racing second. Now Magnolia Lane on the outside is third, and I Think Not is racing fourth, and then Plans Change and J-Port Roadrunner gaining ground now. Then it is back to August and Patrick's Choice, and trailing is Epic Thrill. 101 the halftime. And into the backstretch they go. Jula Marionette. Magnolia Lane is steadily making progress, and Woodshed is on the inside third, is only 2 lengths from the lead. J-Port Roadrunner is racing position fourth as they hustle on to 3/4, and then it is Patrick's Choice who's now moved up to take over fifth. I Think Not is racing sixth, and then it's back to August and Plans Change and Epic Thrill. Jula Marionette has still got the lead. Woodshed's racing second, and it is Jula Marionette and Woodshed racing second, about a length and a quarter back. 3/4, 1:31 and then Patrick's Choice is racing third. Jula Marionette and Woodshed and Patrick's Choice, and on the inside as they turn from J-Port Roadrunner, it is Jula Marionette and Woodshed. Jula Marionette driving on the outside. Patrick's Choice. Patrick's Choice gets on by. Jula Marionette was second, Woodshed third, and J-Port Roadrunner fourth. Patrick's Choice in 2:02. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 3, it's number 2, Patrick's Choice, a 3-year-old Father Patrick Bay filly, owned by Cool Cat Racing, trained by Rick Zeron. Tyler Moore is the winning driver of Patrick's Choice, 2:02. The third race payouts: number 3, Patrick's Choice, 450, 320, 250. 3, Jula Marionette, 410, 340. And 4, Woodshed, 380, $2 exact or 1530. Dollar try, 29.45. Dollar superfecta, 88.45. Third race, order of finish from the top: 512 398 674. That's 512 398 674.
The Ontario Select Yearling Sale returns in 2022. The sale will be held September 25th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale lineup features first crop yearlings from Jimmy Freight, McWicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from the bank. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingSale.com.
Field for the fourth on parade. One Lola Sunshine, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Thomas Brownhurst and Donald Douglas and Bradley McNiven. And number two is Remedy Talaborth for Bill Ham. Number three is Cerrone Sealster. It's Brett McDonough for A.J. Moore. And number four, Buena Suerte, Paul McKenzie for Greg Graham and Sherry Graham and Tim Gallant. Number 5 is Watch Us Party, Travis Henry for Jared Bothwell and a numbered company from Greeley. And number 6, No Time, Jason Ryan for Len Lalonde Jr. and Christina Lalonde and Alan Culver. And number 7 is Einhorn is Finkel, Anthony Hahn for Duncan Brewer and Randall Urquhart. Field of 7, race number 4. Let's look at this field. And first up, we're going to start with number 6, No Time, who is currently on the board as the second choice, and one that's having a very fine 3-year-old campaign right now, and is currently 8 out of 11 in the top 3. Came a runner-up last time to Matty Gal, a good mile of 59 and 4. Now we'll have to work from a tougher post position than last time up, but look at 2 races ago was here from post 5 and almost got the win. Second beaten 3/4 of a length. No Time, Jason Ryan for Len Lalonde Jr. and No Time is 5-2. Number 4, Buena Suerte, is one that, was good 2 races ago at Georgian Downs. A winner in 57 and 4. Last race, raced in 57 and 3. Tried the non-winners in 2 class, and, well, that just proved too tough because improved by a fifth of a second, but the race went in 54 and 3. But if you look at the form before that last one, I think Buena Suerte should like coming into this class and should fit well. A better step from the maidens into this level rather than that straight non-winners at 2 at Georgian Downs. Buena Suerte is currently right now on the board at 2-1. And one Lola Sunshine, well, has been racing very well at Clinton and Dresden. The last time we saw this one here, that was post 7. Didn't fare well, but understandably so, but was good from a favorable post June the 3rd. Was able to finish second, beaten ahead in a prospect series. The overall record on the year is really good, and Lola Sunshine is one that should come right back and be a big factor. This is Robert's top pick on the inside. 4-1 to get Lauren House for Scott McNiven. Gate speed and an inside post and a nice price. I think Robert would be licking his chops right now at 4-1 on Lola Sunshine. And number 2, Remedy. Well, one that left from the inside last time out, got a pocket trip. Now, did tail off to finish 3rd, but that was a remedy from being off form before that. So now could maybe come back to that level or maybe even build on it with a favorable post, but at least one you can consider on the ticket off that last start. 8-1 on the board. The field of 7 for race number 4 to go to post in just about a little more than a minute. Gate is rolling for the 4th race. Lola Sunshine and Remedy On the inside, Cerrone, Silcher, Buena Suerte, Watch Us Party. To the outside, No Time, and Einhorn is Finkel. It's a field of 7, and it is race number 4. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field 4, race number 4, is at the start of the rough, and Remedy is going to leave well with Buena Suerte, and No Time is also out well. Lola Sunshine down to the inside. Buena Suerte made a break in stride, and right now Remedy has got the lead. Remedy into the backstretch, and then racing second, Lola Sunshine. Cerrone Silcher third. No Time is currently marking time fourth. Then Einhorn is Finkel and Watch His Party. Remedy and top of the fourth at 9-1 leads Lola Sunshine as they race on to the opening quarter. Cerrone Silcher third. Then it is No Time, positioned to fourth. Einhorn is Finkel and Watch His Party. And Remedy leads for top of the fourth by a length and a half right now, 28-3. Opening quarter, Lola Sunshine's racing second. Cerrone Silcher on the inside, but No Time now is making time on the outside first over and has come on to take over third. Racing fourth now is Cerrone Silcher. Fifth is Einhorn is Finkel on the outside. And Watch His Party is sixth. They roll on up to the half. Halftime was recorded in 59-1. It is Remedy with No Time now. Moving up first over, wanting to apply some pressure. Lola Sunshine racing in the pocket. Into the backstretch they go. Einhorn is Finkel is spotted second over fourth, fifth to the inside. Cerrone Silcher. Then Watch His Party. It is Remedy with the lead. Remedy, No Time on the outside. Now chipping away at that lead. It's down about a half a length. And on the inside, Lola Sunshine getting the trip. Einhorn is Finkel is racing, positioned fourth. 3/4, 129-2. It is Remedy. No Time going at it. Lola Sunshine on the inside. Still looks alive in the pocket. Einhorn is Finkel is racing fourth. It is Remedy and No Time as they turn from. And Lola's Sunshine. Einhorn is Finkel. And then it is Watch His Party and Cerrone Silcher on down the stretch. Right they come. Remedy. No Time on the outside. Up the inside. Lola's Sunshine. 3 across the track. But No Time comes on by just in time. Then Lola's Sunshine and Remedy. And Einhorn is Finkel. 1:59-4. No Time in a time of 1:59-4. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 4. It is number 6, No Time. 3-year-old He's Watching Bay Filly, owned by Christina Lalonde and Alan Colfer. Land Lalonde Jr. is the trainer. It's the 3rd win this year and the 3rd win lifetime. And the winning drive to Jason Ryan. 1:59-4. A new career best. The fourth race payouts number 6, No Time. 550, 310, 252, a Remedy. 610, 320, 1 Lola Sunshine, 310, $2 exactor, 24.60. Dollar try, $32.75. Superfecta, 128.90. The fourth race, sort of finish from the top, is a 3257614. That's 3257614. Field for the fifth on parade. One is HP Momentum, Jason Ryan for Francis Guillemette. Number 3, hashtag Watch Me, Paul McKenzie for Sean Arnott and Joe Tonelli. And at number 2, Taylor's Credit, Natasha Everdane Pearson and Richard Dundas. Number 4, Belichick, Jay Harris for James Dean and Brian Doyle. 5 is Wildcat Rocky, Steve Byron for Dale Hurd and Wildcat Stables and Tony Tangretta. Number 6, Dream Fairy Sunshine, Town the Fourth for Jason Libby and John Lamers. Number 7, Diamond Rock, Town for Pam Forky and Don Schuldice. And number 8 is Manhattan Joe, Bruce Richardson for Earl McLeod and Clifton Hobbs. And 9, Almost There Boss, Brent McDonough for Jeff Graham and Kerry Howard. Field of 9, race number 5. And so let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 1, HP Momentum, and one that definitely shows some momentum. Raced a lot better last time out, beaten just a length, and really big back half, 54-4. Had a ton of late momentum and looks to carry that momentum here. Post position 1. You do see some gate speed 2 races ago, but then tired badly in that one after 3 very sharp quarters. You see some pretty snappy overall speed. Third panel of 26-2 at Mohawk in the middle of May. HP Momentum and Jason Ryan for Francis Guillemette. This will be the first start for Francis with HP Momentum, and is 4-1 on the board. Others, number 5, Wildcat Rocky. Well, 5 wins in 9 starts in the year, and was second last month, a very competitive second racing in this class. Got a pocket trip. Now, the winner, he couldn't get by the winner and was beaten 2 1/4, but still pretty sharp mile. Came home in 28-2. Wildcat Rocky, and that was after a win in 53-2 at Georgian Downs. The start before that, a career best, so certainly brings in the form. 6-5, the favorite. 9, Almost There Boss, is dropping now. Was around about 25-1 or more earlier in the betting cycle, but Almost There Boss now has come down to 9-1 on the board. One that has made the top 3 in 7 of 10 on the year. And if 1 HP Momentum uses post 1 and momentum on the inside, then Almost There Boss could be a trip horse. You see, this one can really fly early, but of course the problem is the trailer post. But consistency of late, 6 in a row in the top 3, including 54-2 last time out at Mohawk. 27 seconds in the final quarter. Almost There Boss was moving very well at the finish. 9-1, nice price. Brett McDonough for Jeff Graham. That could be the value play on the field. And number 4, Belichick, is one that, early in that last race, Belichick is one that was nowhere to be found, but then came flying and was beaten just 2 lengths after being 12 lengths back at the opening quarter. And Belichick has been a little inconsistent, but on his best effort, he can be pretty decent. June the 7th, he won from off the pace, circled up 3 wide in 157. Doesn't seem to leave much and then has to come flying late. Belichick is 6-1 on the board. And number 3, hashtag Watch Me. There's Paul McKenzie for Sean Arnott. This is one that does have 3 wins on the year and raced at Mohawk last race. The final quarter was strong, 27 seconds, so finished the mile well and was competitive here back 2 races ago, finishing 4th, beaten 4.5. A little bit better post than that one. You see this one using gate speed here, June the 3rd in the Prospect Series to win in 56-4. But this is a tougher class than the Prospect Series. You do get 14-1, though, on hashtag Watch Me, one that shows enough speed at least to be a factor in here. Hashtag Watch Me, 14-1. Paul McKenzie for Sean Arnott. It's an interesting field, this race number 5, the final leg of the pick 5. And right now, 5. Wildcat Rocky is a slight favorite at 9-5 over 1 HP Momentum at 2-1. The starting gate is rolling for race number 5. Shaking up their positions. HP Momentum and Taylor's Credit and hashtag Watch Me on the inside. Belichick, Wildcat, Rocky in the center. On the outside, Dreamforce, Sunshine, Diamond Rock, and Manhattan Joe. And the second tier, almost their boss. Field for the 5th race. It's at the start in the rough, and hashtag Watch Me is going to leave well. Taylor's Credit, Wildcat, Rocky, HP Momentum, and then on the outside, Dreamforce, Sunshine. And now, Dreamforce, Sunshine is going to be 4th, and then coming on to grab 5th is Belichick, and HP Momentum is all the way back in 6th as they race on down the back stretch. Then it is back to Diamond Rock and Manhattan Joe as they race the backstretch, and then they race on to the opening quarter. And that is Wildcat Rocky, who went up now to take the lead. Wildcat Rocky, 27-3 opening quarter. Taylor's Credit at 25-1 is racing position second. Hashtag Watch Me third. Dreamforce Sunshine is 4th. Then 5th is Belichick, and then it is back further to HP Momentum, who's racing position 6th as they roll their way off the turn and come on towards us. 7th is Diamond Rock. 8th is Manhattan Joe, and almost their boss has a lot of work to do. It is Wildcat Rocky. Here comes hashtag Watch Me, the one we're watching challenging for the lead now. 57-2 halftime, 29-4 second panel breather for Wildcat Rocky. Hashtag Watch Me is racing position second. HP Momentum took to the outside and has dropped all the way back to 8th now. And it is Wildcat Rocky. Hashtag Watch Me. And Taylor's Credit is racing third. Belichick is spotted second over 4th. And then 5th on the inside is Dreamforce Sunshine. But Wildcat Rocky is driven on. And then Taylor's Credit. Belichick now is going to roll off cover. Hashtag Watch Me drops away. And on the inside, Dreamforce Sunshine. 3/4, 126-1. And Wildcat Rocky. Taylor's Credit. Belichick on the outside. Dreamforce Sunshine as they race on down the stretch drive. And it is still Wildcat Rocky. Wildcat Rocky digging in against Taylor's Credit. Wildcat Rocky wins it. Taylor's Credit second. Belichick. And then Dreamforce Sunshine. And then it was Diamond Rock. 157 flat. Wildcat Rocky. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 5 Wildcat Rocky. A 3-year-old he's watching Bay Gelding, owned by Wildcat Stables and Tony Tancreta. Dale Hurd is the trainer. Stephen Byron's the winning driver. 6th win in 10 starts this year, 6th lifetime. Wildcat Rocky. Fans, while we await the mutual prices, note in race 7, number 4, PDQ Hanover, the driver will be Tyler Moore. Race 7 for PDQ Hanover, Tyler Moore. And race number 9, 3, Finn T. Silter, Paul McKenzie. Race 9, Finn T. Silter, Paul McKenzie. The 5th race payouts 5 Wildcat Rocky, 360, 270, and 280. Taylor's credit $15 and $5.50, and 4 Belichick 310. The dollar pick 5 is 5 for 5, 159.65. $2 exactor, 40.60. Dollar try, 83.15. Dollar super, 668.25. The fifth race order finish from the top is a 827-314-569. That's 827-314-569. Field 4, race 6 on parade 1. Life is a Feast. Gerard Damaris for Triple S Equine. Number 2 is Atalanta Express. Down the board for Katerina Bosniak and JJ Stables. Number 3 is Arch Hall, represented for Gary Rive and Ashley and Matthew Rive Bohannic. And number 4 is You Can't Have It, Chase and Ride for Ron Waples Jr. and Dr. Sheila Atmore. 5, Waikiki Hanover Travis Henry for Alan Fair and Elizabeth Fair. Number 6, Drave and Hanover Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham and Steve Mihalik. Number 7, Dusty Lane Thunder and Natasha Day for Dane Pearson and John Bell. Number 8 is Sheena Soldier, Paul McKenzie for Tim Cherwaco and Gary Green. And 9, top of the bar, George Ketros for Mario Hebert. Field of 9, race number 6. And let's get a look at this field. Features the Super High 5, and we'll start with 1. Life is a Feast, who is 4 to 5 on the board, getting all the love, and look, didn't race well at all at Georgian Downs last race. Fired out and then backed away badly to finish last. Life is a Feast, looking for a little redemption, has the inside post position, and one that does show $250,000 in earnings. Just a 5-year-old, so you know that Life is a Feast has been able to feast in the past and should like the venue change and a chance to drop down in class as well. I expect Life is a Feast to come right back here, belly up to the bar, and chow down. Life is a Feast is 4 to 5 on the board. Others, how about number 6? Draven Hanover, both 7 last race, a race to just stroke out and look at the 3 previous starts. And they were all really sharp. In fact, a good third here, and then a second at Hanover, almost won at Hanover. Draven Hanover, only 1 win of the year, but is 8 out of 16 in the top 3. Jay Harris driving for Caitlin Graham, 7 to 1. Number 9, top of the bar, is one that has flashed some nice ability, and in fact, from post 7 last race, was able to come on and get onto the top 4. But that start before it was really good. Battled hard first over, and that was in this class. If top of the bar is able to get a trip on the back of Life as a Feast, if Life as a Feast is going to fire from post 1, top of the bar could be the trip horse. The one thing that might scare you from taking this mare, as well as the trailer post, is 1 win in the past 43. But that start 2 races ago in this class, beaten just half a length after coming first up, might make you take a close look at top of the bar here. George Ketros driving and training, 30 to 1. Number 2, Atalanta Express and Tyler Borth, also one that is winless this year, but is 8th. Top 3 finishes in 19 starts on the year. Atalanta Express did race reasonably well in the last 2 starts at Georgian Downs. Both good post positions, can get off the gate. Atalanta Express, 14 to 1. And also, how about number 7, Dusty Lane Thunder, off a win at Dresden. Yes, it's a tough post position, but you get recent form. 3 top 3 finishes in the past 4 starts and 3 wins on the year. Dusty Lane Thunder, Natasha Day for Dane Pearson, is a long shot play at 40 to 1 that can climb onto your high 5 and help it pay out a little bit. The fans are all over. They are feasting on number 1, Life as a Feast. They've munched this one all the way down to 1 to 9 on the board. We'll see if that price comes up as maybe some fans desert Life as a Feast and look elsewhere for something to munch on. It is rolling for race number 6. Life is a Feast at Atlanta Express in Arch Hall on the inside. In the center, You Can't Have It, Waikiki Hanover to the outside, Draven Hanover, Dusty Lane Thunder, Sheena Soldier, and the second tier at top of the bar. And Life is a Feast, the 1-5 favorite, with a break in stride before the start. Draven Hanover is going to hustle out at Atlanta Express in Arch Hall the next two as they drive on around the turn. Then on the inside, top of the bar, is away well to race from fourth, and You Can't Have It as fifth. Then it is back to Dusty Lane Thunder, Waikiki Hanover, Sheena Soldier, and Life is a Feast is well banged after that early break in stride. Trails the field. Draven Hanover leads as they race on to the opening quarter at 6-1. And then it is Atlanta Express who is second, Arch Hall third, and top of the bar is rolling fourth, then Dusty Lane Thunder, and You Can't Have It. Sheena Soldier now starts to march on the outside, then Waikiki Hanover and Life is a Feast as they race the way off the turn. Draven Hanover and Jay Harris has the lead as they race off the turn and come on towards us. Then racing second, Atlanta Express, and top of the bar is going to come first over now. Then Arch Hall is racing fourth, and Sheena Soldier is marching on the back of top of the bar and is taken over fourth. Arch Hall is fifth. The half was 1 minute and 3/5. Sixth is Dusty Lane Thunder. Life is a Feast is on the outside, trying to make a recovery. You Can't Have It's on the inside, and Waikiki Hanover is trailing the field. Draven Hanover is leading it. Top of the bar on the outside. Now it's moved up to take over second. And then Atlanta Express in Arch Hall. And Sheena Soldier, Dusty Lane Thunder, You Can't Have It, Life is a Feast, and then Waikiki Hanover. It is still Draven Hanover. Draven Hanover, Atlanta Express, and top of the bar as they're about to turn from 3/4 in 1:30. And Draven Hanover is still moving well. Draven Hanover leads at a length and a half over Atlanta Express. Then top of the bar, and on the outside, Dusty Lane Thunder. On the inside, Arch Hall. It is Draven Hanover as they come on to the finish. Draven Hanover, Atlanta Express. Draven Hanover wins at Atlanta Express, was second, top of the bar third, and then it was Dusty Lane Thunder and Arch Hall. 2 minutes and 1/5 race, number 6 to Draven Hanover. Back in front of us, the winner of race 6, it's number 6, Draven Hanover. Draven Hanover is a 4-year-old Decantab Hall Bay mare owned by Steve Mihalik and Caitlin Graham. Caitlin Graham's also the trainer. Jay Harris, the winning drive. Second win this year, fourth lifetime. Draven Hanover, 2 minutes, 1/5. The sixth race payouts number 6 to Raven Hanover, $14.77 and 2 at Atlanta Express, 583.49, top of the bar, 370, 20-cent high five, 1401.69. Ching. $2 exactor is $67, $20 try, $126. Dollar win for 404, 131.30. The sixth race order finish in the top is at 925-781-463. That's 925-781-463. Field for the seventh on parade. One is Scarlet Dragon, Chandler Borth for Steve Bossens and Brianna Eckenstein. Number 2 is Saturn 5, Travis Henry for Matt Dubuis and Sam Mulholland. And number 3 is Bet You Love Me, Anthony Hunt for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson and Connie McTaggart. And number 4, PDQ Hanover, Talbot for Ryan Stewart and Joyce Empey and Lisa Stewart. 5 is Reaganomics, Gerard Damaris, drives and trains and owns. Number 6, Larjon Lena, Ryan DeRoche, Mark Winnicott, Maximo Racing. And number 7, Stonebridge Crash, Brent McDonough, Dennis Kerr and Shelley Kerr and Jane Kerr. Number 8 is Rave Review, Lauren House, drives and trains and owns. And 9 is Diamonds Are Twined, Jason Ryan for Gary McDonald and Christina Soundy. Field of 9, race number 7, note the Tyler drives number 4, PDQ Hanover. Let's get a look at this field. And we'll start with number 2, Saturn 5, who is 3 to 5 on the board. Now, one that almost won last time up, but look, it got beat by Rave Review at 82 to 1. Now, Rave Review has post 8, but race from off the pace in that one to win. Saturn 5 looks for a little redemption, and it gets another favorable post position and should be forwardly placed again. And when you look at the whole year, this is one that's 12 out of 22 in the top 3. Saturn 5 has the gate speed and a good chance to get back to the winner's circle right here. Beaten 3/4 last time out. 4 to 5, the favorite. Number 1, Scarlet Dragon, is one that I think could step up and race a lot better. Has been racing from the outside and now gets an inside post position. Races for a sharp barn and is 9 out of 18 in the top 3 on the year. Last time this one had post 1, that was latter part of May, and finished 3rd in that one. But I think that was against a class a little tougher than this one. Scarlet Dragon, I think, is one at a price of 23 to 1. We have seen in the past inside post if horses can leave. Now that's the question mark, whether Scarlet Dragon has gate speed, because it hasn't been flashing it of late, and that one time for post 1 got away 5th. I think Scarlet Dragon can use that post 1. Tyler Borth is a sharp driver, might be able to get Scarlet Dragon onto the ticket at 24 to 1. Number 6, Larjon Lena. It's tough to leave this one off the top 2. Larjon Lena has 6 wins on the year. Last race was really game in here and was right beside Saturn 5, and Rave Review got by both those two. But Larjon Lena has been racing consistently well, proves that she belongs in this class with a win and a couple of thirds. Very close third last time out. Larjon Lena, I tell you, it's 7 to 1. That might be the play right now on the board. And then number 3, Bet You Love Me, is one that beat this class, dropped down to this class 2 races ago and won convincingly in 56 and 3. Last race really didn't fire as well as I'd expect, and I might have soured a little bit on Bet You Love Me, but you got to remember she has faced tougher and been competitive in the past. Maybe I shouldn't hold too much against Bet You Love Me for that last race, and remember that she handled this class the start before it and beat Larjon Lena pretty comfortably. Bet You Love Me, 5 to 2 on the board. One more we have to touch on is number 8, Rave Review, because 82 to 1 last time out, and one from off the pace. Rave Review from post position 8, likely to be off the pace here. But that was a really excellent mile, 56 and 4. And Lauren House has put up some numbers. He's got a 351 training average on the year, and this is a horse that has earned $1,000 a start on the year. So look at it, and is also 9 out of 16 in the top 3. Probably shouldn't have been 82 to 1 last time. 10 to 1, maybe 13 to 1 seems about right for Rave Review from that tough post position 8. But off a win in this class, y'all have to remember that. It's a field of 9. Race number is 7. Note that Tyler Moore drives for PDQ Hanover. Field will be in behind the gate shortly. It is rolling for race number 7, Scarlet Dragon, Saturn 5, and Bet You Love Me on the inside of the center. PDQ Hanover Reaganomics on the outside. Larjan Lena, Stonebridge Crush, and Rave Review. And the second tier, Diamonds Are Twine. It's a field of 9. It is race number 7. Field for the 7th race is into the stretch drive. There at the start of the round, Saturn 5 and Bet You Love Me will leave well with PDQ Hanover, Larjan Lena, then Reaganomics and Stonebridge Crush and Scarlet Dragon on the inside. But as they drive their way on into the turn, Bet You Love Me is looking to stride out and get the lead. Saturn 5 is racing second, PDQ Hanover third, Larjan Lena fourth, and Scarlet Dragon fifth. Then Reaganomics and Stonebridge Crush, and then it is back to Rave Review as they race their way on to that opening quarter. And now it's going to be Saturn 5 is going to come back around Bet You Love Me to reclaim the lead. Saturn 5 is going to be on top. Bet You Love Me will race second, PDQ Hanover third. Then Larjan Lena is racing fourth. Then fifth is Scarlet Dragon, and sixth is Reaganomics, and then Stonebridge Crush back for the Rave Review, and Diamonds Are Twine trails the field. It is Saturn 5 leading the way up towards the half, 28-1 opening quarter, and they roll on past the half. Halftime was recorded in 58 seconds. Bet You Love Me in the pocket. Larjan Lena is coming to call down, and moving on the outside, Reaganomics is moving and has come on to take over fourth. And on the inside, PDQ Hanover is about 4 off the lead. Then it is back to Scarlet Dragon, Stonebridge Crush, and Rave Review, and Diamonds Are Twine. It is Saturn 5. With the lead as they hustle their way toward three quarters. Larjan Lena grinding first over. Bet You Love Me on the inside. Reaganomics is racing fourth, and PDQ Hanover fifth. Scarlet Dragon is sixth, and then Rave Review and Stonebridge Crush and Diamonds Are Twine is Saturn 5. Larjan Lena hasn't gone away. Is still grinding and getting a little closer. Three quarters, 127-3. Saturn 5 and Larjan Lena and Bet You Love Me and PDQ Hanover. And then Reaganomics on down the stretch drive. Saturn 5 is game. Saturn 5 and Bet You Love Me and Larjan Lena. Saturn 5 is going to win. Larjan Lena was second. Then Bet You Love Me and PDQ Hanover, 158-4. Saturn 5 wins race number 7. Back in front of us, the winner of race 7, number 2, is Saturn 5, a 4-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay mare, owned by Samuel Mulholland. Matt Dupuis is the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning driver. 6th win this year is Saturn 5, 158-4. The seventh race payouts number 2, Saturn 5, 550, 350, 240. 6, Large Lena, 480, 310. And 3, Bet You Love Me, 250. Dollar pick 3, 40, 95. $2 exactor is $16.30. Dollar try $17.75. Dollar super is $73.30. The seventh race over finish from the top is a 613 472 958. That's 613 472 958. Field for the 8th race on parade, the ball and chain pace. Let's get a look at this field. 1, Spittin' Chiclet, Steve Byron for Dale Hurd 2010 Greta. Number 2 is Seal the Dark, Travis Henry for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. And 3 is Peel Orchid, child of birth for Jason Sherman and Chris Kane and Bert Sherman. Number 4 is Keep It in Perspective, Bruce Richardson for Paul Meekins and Stacy Newman and JJJ Stables. And number 5, Premier Bettina, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Calvin Kepfer. 6 scratch, 7, Sharia Moore, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Len Rosine. Field of 6, race number 8. Let's look at this field, and we're going to start with number 3, PL Orchid, who comes in on a nice run, 6 consecutive top 3 finishes, has 5 wins on the year in 13 starts. In fact, 8 out of 13 making the top 2. So PL Orchid has been racing consistently well. Tyler Borth with the drive, beaten by a good Molly Cool last time out, but PL Orchid is one that should have a pretty decent chance to win, is one of the main players in this race, and I've gone with PL Orchid. I get 5-2 right now. Number 2 is Seal the Dark, also sitting at 5-2 as a co-favorite. Well, the last 2 races might steer you away from this one, but you go back 3 races ago above this class, came first up, and yet was a winner in 157. Now that's the only win on the year, and had 2 last year, so 3 wins in the past 35 starts. But Seal the Dark, right now 5-2, has the post position advantage over PL Orchid, and it's Travis Henry for Cassidy Schneider, 5-2. Number 4, Keep It in Perspective, 7-1 on the board, is one that missed time before the last scheduled start due to sickness, and yet raced to third in behind PL Orchid. I think Keep It in Perspective is one that could be better here this evening, build off of that third, and the recent form is okay, and this start now coming back just 7 days later, and the second start after sickness. Keep It in Perspective, Bruce Richardson for Paul Meekins. This is one that definitely has a license to be better and could be a big threat at a little better price, 6-1. And number 7, Sharia Moore, well, outside post, but it's only post 6, and has raced from outside post in the last couple. One that can get onto the ticket, has 5 wins on the year. Sharia Moore is 6-1 on the board. And down on the inside, 1, Spittin' Chiclets. Well, didn't have a lot of fight last race, but that was post A, and also that was the first start off of layoff, hadn't raced since March the 19th. Spittin' Chiclets now comes back just 7 days later, gets the inside, and just might be dangerous because you see this one was racing in the non-winners of 3 class back in February and March. Now wasn't doing all that well, but look at last year is one that won in 54 at Georgian Downs and earned about $1,400 per start. Spittin' Chiclets at 3-1 is attracting attention, understandably so. On the inside, Spittin' Chiclets, Steve Byron for Dale Hurd. The starting gate is rolling for race number 8. Spittin' Chicklets and Seal the Dark on the inside. Peel Orchid, keep it in perspective in the center. To the outside, Premier Bettina and Sharia Moore. Field of 6, race number 8. It is post time. Here they come. Field 4, the 8th race, gathering speed. In the stretch, here they come. And the field for the 8th race is at the start of the rough. In Seal the Dark and Peel Orchid, Sharia Moore on the outside. Then it is Spittin' Chicklets and Keep It in Perspective. And Premier Bettina, Seal the Dark, is able to seal the early lead as they work their way on into the backstretch. And now Peel Orchid wants to squeeze into the pocket and is able to do so. Sharia Moore is on the outside. Spittin' Chicklets racing forth in front of Keep It in Perspective and Premier Bettina. It's Seal the Dark with the lead, but Sharia Moore continues to drive to the outside, and now Sharia Moore is going to take over. Then it is Seal the Dark, and Peel Orchid is racing third. Spittin' Chicklets is fourth, 28-1 opening quarter. Then Keep It in Perspective and Premier Bettina. Sharia Moore at 11-1, and Brett McDonald makes the lead from the outside post, leads the charge up towards the half. Seal the Dark is second, then Peel Orchid third, Spittin' Chicklets racing fourth, and then Keep It in Perspective and Premier Bettina. And off a half of 57-3, they race on into the backstretch, and it is Sharia Moore with the front, then Seal the Dark, and on the outside, Keep It in Perspective. Peel Orchid on the inside, racing fourth, then Premier Bettina, and back to Spittin' Chicklets, and on down the backstretch they go, and Sharia Moore has got the lead. Sharia Moore, Keep It in Perspective now, has come on and taken the lead, and Keep It in Perspective. Now on the outside, Premier Bettina, on the inside, Sharia Moore. Seal the Dark is blocked on the inside, then Spittin' Chicklets, and all the way back to trailing is Peel Orchid, and they race towards the top of the stretch. Keep It in Perspective has the lead as they turn for home. Keep It in Perspective and Premier Bettina and Sharia Moore. Keep It in Perspective as they come on down the stretch. Prime. Premier Bettina to the outside. Keep It in Perspective is going to win. Then second was Premier Bettina. Then it was Sharia Moore and Seal the Dark on the outside. 156-4. Race number 8. front of us, the winner of race number 8. It's number 4, Keep It in Perspective. 5-year-old Better's Delight brown mare, owned by Stacy Newman and JJJ Stables. Paul Meegans is the trainer. Bruce Richardson, the winning driver. 4th win this year, 9th lifetime. Keep It in Perspective. Mile of 156 and 4. And note trackside, we have Connor's bachelor party, the Ball and Chain group. As Connor's having one last fling before he makes the largest bet of his life. And Connor, take a look at the television. Happy bachelor party. Hope have some fun, take some money home, and enjoy your night at the racetrack. The 8th race payouts number 4. Keep It in Perspective. 680, $440, 5 Premier Bettina, 420 and 960, and 7 Sharia Moore, 960. $2 exactor, 50, 480. Dollar try, 252.60. 20 cents super, 256.08. Eighth race order finish from the top is a 6-4. 5-1, 2 scratch 3. That's 6-4, 5-1, 2 scratch 3. Field 4, race 9 on parade 1. Full credit, Tom Smith for Jane Walker. Number 2 is Riding on Sunshine, Andre Coy for Gino Toscani. Number 3 is Finn T. Seals Republicans for Lyle Greenwich. And 4 is Night Out, Brad McDonough for Bob McIntosh and Randy Lipa. 5 is Tough Cooper, Travis Henry for Jordan Sumner and Blue Shoe Investments. Number 6, Shadow Moon Rising, Tyler Borth for Shane Barrington and Rick Ryer and Paul Burberry. 7 is scratch. Number 8 is DH Boston. Anthony Hahn for Don Thompson. And number 9 is If You Don't Chew Big Red. Lauren House for Tim Myers and Glen B. Farms. And 10 is River Cruise. Jason Ryan for Robert Fellows and Nora Parks. Let's get a look at this field for the 9th race. And we'll start with number 4, Night Out. It was 6-1 on the board. Well, last night out here, July the 1st, a week ago, trailer post and, made an early break. So Night Out now looks for a spot on the gate. Has it here, post position 4. Didn't like the trailer post. And one that fired hard June the 16th at Mohawk, but then tailed off in the late going. But you do see this one with that gate speed. I think Night Out might be one that'll be flying out off the gate. Brett McDonough for Bob McIntosh, looking for a bounce back performance, has had 3 that didn't make the top 5. Was good before that, though, racing at London, and before that, Flamborough Downs had a start May the 5th, although that one didn't go well, but was good at London in May. Night Out is 7-1. Offers a bit of value as the fans have gone elsewhere, and number 6, Shadow Moon Rising, is 10-1 on the board. And Shadow Moon Rising makes his second start for Shane Barrington. Look, finished the mile pretty good at Mohawk last about 27-2 final quarter. And second start for the barn. This is one that, was 7 out of 12 in the top 3 last year. And off that last race, 54-2 mile. Should compare well here. 10-1 on the board. I think that's a real value. Tyler Borth for Shane Barrington, Shadow Moon Rising. Some others, number 5, Tough Cooper. Well, Tough Cooper brings in good form and has 2 wins on the year. In fact, 5 out of 8 in the top 3. This will be now the 3rd start for Jordan Summer, and a winner at Clinton last time out all the way on top, left from post 5. Maybe it's the same plan for Tough Cooper here. 8-5 on the board is one that's in a little bit tougher, but still, look at, if you go down the page, earlier in the year shows 53-3 at Pocono. That's a fast track, but still, Tough Cooper should fit well here. 8-5, getting love as people expect this one to fire to the gate. In fact, went to the front from post 9 at Sarnia, June the 18th. A couple of others to take a look at. How about number 2, Riding on Sunshine? 7-1 on the board, and is one that raced pretty well from an inside post last race to get onto the top 4. Maybe can make the top 4 again. That was a decent mile of 57. Sat 3rd most of the race. Riding on Sunshine. Andre Goy is 7-1 on the board. And also, we'll go down on the inside. One full credit is, we should take a look at number 10, River Cruise, because 10-1 on the board, people sometimes forget about the also eligible moving in with a scratch of the 7. And River Cruise, you did see 3 consecutive top 3 finishes. In fact, non-winners at 2-star here, June the 24th, 56-4 mile, and called in sick is a really good one that won there in Sharky Bear. And River Cruise, that was a competitive effort. I think River Cruise offers value from the trailer post at 11-1. Can get onto the ticket. The fans have made 5, Tough Cooper, the 2-1 favorite. I went with number 4, Night Out, at 3-1. Gate is rolling for race number 9, checking up positions, full credit. Riding on Sunshine, Finn T. Silster on the inside in the center. Night Out and Tough Cooper to the outside. Shadow Moon Rising, DH Boston. Also on the outside, River Cruise. And from the second tier, If You Don't Chew Big Red. Field of 9, race number 9. And the field for the ninth is at the start and the rough, and it's Full Credit leaving with Riding on Sunshine. Then Night Out and Tough Cooper. They driving around that first turn. Full Credit's got the lead. Riding on Sunshine is second away. Then Night Out on the inside and Tough Cooper. Then fifth is Finn T. Sealster. Then it is If You Don't Chew Big Red. Shadow Moon Rising. River Cruise. And D.H. Boston is trailing the field. And now it is Tough Cooper who wants to come on and clear to the lead over Full Credit. And Tough Cooper at 6-5 is going to make the lead. And Full Credit used that post one advantage to get out well and is racing in the pocket on the back of the 6-5 Tough Cooper. 28-1's the opening quarter. Riding on Sunshine third. Night Out is positioned fourth. Then it is Finn T. Sealster on the outside. Moving out now goes If You Don't Chew Big Red and is being followed on the outside by Shadow Moon Rising. They race their way on past the half. Tough Cooper's got the lead. Halftime was recorded by Tough Cooper in 58-2, a 30-1 second panel breather. Full Credit at 12-1, getting a pocket tripping on the outside. Night Out is out and is working first over. And then on the inside, racing for this Riding on Sunshine. If You Don't Chew Big Red's outside fifth and now takes over fourth as Riding on Sunshine is fifth, and then Shadow Moon Rising and Finn T. Sealster and River Cruise and D.H. Boston. It is Tough Cooper who's got the lead. Night Out is getting a little closer as they hustle on to three quarters. Full Credit is third. And then it is If You Don't Chew Big Red. Three quarters, 1:28-1. And then getting a little closer, Shadow Moon Rising. And then Riding on Sunshine. Night Out has come on to stick ahead in front. But If You Don't Chew Big Red looks large out there, three wide. And on the inside, Tough Cooper, they turn for home. And it is Night Out. And If You Don't Chew Big Red and Tough Cooper and flying ladies, Shadow Moon Rising as they come to the finish. It is If You Don't Chew Big Red. Shadow Moon Rising was second. Tough Cooper third. And then Full Credit 1:58-2. If You Don't Chew Big Red scores it 10-1. Back in front of us, ninth race winner, 9, If You Don't Chew Big Red. 5-year-old sports writer Brown Gelding, owned by Glenbee Farms, trained by Tim Myers. Lauren House, the winning driver. It's the first win this year, third lifetime, If You Don't Chew Big Red. Fans note in the 10th race, number 7, Sobble Attack, the driver will be Paul McKenzie. Paul McKenzie drives 7, Sobble Attack in the 10th. Ninth race payout tonight. If you don't shoot big red, 2270, 1310, and 566 Shadow Moon Rising, 460 and 440, and 5 Tough Cooper, 380. $2 exactor at 255.30. Dollar try, 518.60. Dollar super, 1,061.10. Ninth race order finish from the top is a 569-432 scratch 817. That's 569-432 scratch 817. Field 4, race number 10 on parade 1 to Jennifer's credit, Bruce Richardson for Sean Arnott. Number 2 is Strong Enough, Lauren House for Samuel Taylor. 3 is Party in the Shadows, Jason Ryan for Kyle Bossens and John McMillan. Number 4 is Global Crush, Tyler Borth for Alan Shelton. 5 is Holly's Treasure, Anthony Hunt for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 6, Yannick Seelster, Brent McDonough for Ted McDonough and Leonard Gamble. And 7, Shovel Attack Paul McKenzie for Otis Hall and Shovel Hill Farms and Necessito Racing. Number 8, Beef and Cheddar, Travis Henry for Cassidy Schneider and Matthew Chappell. And 9, At the Beach, Hanover Tullamore for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. Field of 9, race number 10. The final dash featuring the Super High 5. And let's get a look at this field. And number 3, Party in the Shadows. That last race wasn't quite up to par with what we've seen of him in the past. And now you'll get a little bit more of a price, sitting at 4-1 right now. But maybe that's the time to climb on, because Party in the Shadows is a very game horse. We've seen that this year and all of last year here. Party in the Shadows from post position 3. Jason Ryan for Kyle Bossens. I expect Party in the Shadows to come up with a pretty strong effort. And 8-1, love the price. Number 5, Holly's Treasure. How can you not like that last race, winning by almost 5 lengths in 54-2? Now that's a front end effort from post 2. We'll see if that's the plan of attack from post 5, but there is some potential to beat Holly's Treasure off the gate to the inside. And the last few times this one's been closer to that, post did not fire out. The only ones where this one fired off the gate were recently posts 1 and 2. Holly's Treasure from post 5. 11 out of 20 in the top 2 on the year, though. A good play on the exactor ticket. 9-2. Number 7, Sobble Attack. Paul McKenzie drives, and well, this is one that beat this class, but that was June the 17th and hasn't raced since. But he is one that comes in with 10 top 2 finishes and 17 starts on the year and 3 consecutive top 2s. The last 2 were in this class, but both were post 1. So now you're looking at 15-1 with Sobble Attack and Paul McKenzie. Number 2, Strong Enough, is one that was strong enough 2 races ago to beat the class under this one. Moved up to this level last about. Didn't leave from post 5, but came flying late to pick up a 4th and get on the ticket. Strong Enough at 16-1. Might find his way onto the top 4 again, and is at that nice price of 16-1 for Lauren House. And one more to take a look at is number 1, To Jennifer's Credit on the inside. And well, that's that inside post position. If they can find a little bit of gate speed, sometimes they can just work their way onto the ticket despite not showing the form. Now, you do see form at Clinton 2 races ago, and that was an effort off the pace. To Jennifer's credit, doesn't have a strong record the last 2 years, but to his credit, he's got post 1 here, and Bruce Richardson just might find a way onto that Super High 5 ticket. 15-1 is the price. The 10th race, it's a field of 9 going to post shortly. 8 is rolling for the 10th to Jennifer's Credit and Strong Enough and Party in the Shadows on the inside. Global Crush, Holly's Treasure in the center. On the outside, Yannick Sealter, Sobble Attack, and Beef and Cheddar. And the second tier at the Beach, Hanover. It's a field of 9 for race number 10. There at the start of the rough, and first to fire out, Strong Enough, and also getting out is Holly's Treasure. Holly's Treasure and Strong Enough, and on the inside to Jennifer's Credit, and Global Crush is also getting out. 3 wide, Holly's Treasure continues to drive. Holly's Treasure is going to clear to the front to Jennifer's Credit. Strong Enough is now going to find a seat. And then it is on the outside, Global Crush, and on the inside, Party in the Shadows, who's racing fourth on the pylons and now fifth on the pylons. Then but is back to At the Beach, Hanover. And then further back, we've got Beef and Cheddar, the trailing pair, Yannick Sealter and Sobble Attack. Holly's Treasure, 4-5 favorite, leads the charge around the turn. To Jennifer's Credit is racing second. Strong Enough and Global Crush and Party in the Shadows is racing fifth on the inside. Then it is back to At the Beach, Hanover, and Beef and Cheddar. Then we've got Sobble Attack and Yannick Sealter. Holly's Treasure off at 27-2 opening quarter, 57-1 halftime, 29-4 second panel breather. And Holly's Treasure leads it to Jennifer's Credit, has been getting the trip, racing on the outside, Global Crush, and then it is At the Beach, Hanover, on the inside, Strong Enough, and then we've got Beef and Cheddar. Party in the Shadows is getting the shuffle on the inside all the way back to seventh, and then Sobble Attack and Yannick Sealter. Holly's Treasure leads as they march their way on towards three quarters. At the Beach, Hanover is surfing wide and coming to Jennifer's Credit is on the inside, still second right now. At the Beach, Hanover, and then it is Global Crush, and on the inside, Strong Enough, and then Party in the Shadows has a lot of work to do. The field turns for home. Holly's Treasure on down the stretch drive. Holly's Treasure leads it still as they come on to the finish and leads it comfortably and is going to win it. Then to Jennifer's Credit, then we had At the Beach, Hanover, Party in the Shadows, and Sobble Attack, 155 flat. It's Holly's Treasure. Back in front of us, the winner of race 10, 5 Holly's Treasure. 4-year-old state treasurer, Bay Gelding, owned by Colonel Schneider Jr., trained by Cassidy Schneider. Anthony Hahn, the winning driver, 5th win this year, 10th lifetime. Holly's Treasure, victorious in 155. The 10th race payouts. Number 5, Holly's Treasure, $3.90, $3, $2.90. 1 to Jennifer's Credit, $8.50, $10.10. 9 at the Beach Hanover, $9.30. $2 exactor, $42.40. Dollar try, $261.75. $2 double, $110.70. Dollar win for $1,533.90. Dollar high five, $2,500, $36.80. Here is the 10th race order of finish from the top. It's a 254 719 683. That's 254 719 683 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Action resumes this coming Monday. Our first race will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.